Okay, we are live. Good morning. Does everybody have their coffee and is ready for day 2 of the Lindsay Clancy trial? Lindsay Clancy is on trial for the murder of her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. This is day 2. Her husband, Patrick Clancy, returns to the stand today. He is a figure in this case of much examination and criticism. He's standing by the wife. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Tater. Thank you for moderating, Taterbug, and holding down the fort. You got coffee? Let me see if I can get my coffee. I'll have it with you. Here's my coffee. Delicious. The OXO coffee maker that I found at a thrift shop is still going. Amazing coffee maker. 9-cup coffee maker. Highly recommend it. Makes great coffee. All right. Thank you. So, okay, I'm going to be away too. This is a crazy, very hectic period for me. So I'll be away too, Tater, about around noon. So we're just waiting for things to start. I wanted to show you, let me see if we have some time. You never know how much time you need, if a juror is going to be late or if something else is going to happen. They're going to so Tuesdays, the court is going to be dark all through the trial is what I understand. And thank you, Bossy Texas Chick, for keeping me up to date on these things. But around 3 to 4 every day, they're ending. So this trial could go on forever. And my Ghislaine Maxwell trial buddy, Nadia, said to me yesterday, that there are very few people actually broadcasting this trial, which I find odd. You would think it would be such a explosive story. I don't know if that has to deal with the fact that it's very hard to monetize things having to do with children on YouTube. Oh, looks like we got some movement. But I wanted to show you. True Crime Podcast did a video yesterday. Am I going to find it? 1 second. Let me go into my history. Oh, and my interview with Gadget, who's being sued for $5 million by the Tate brothers. He, unfortunately, due to health reasons, had to move his interview. So maybe this weekend, I'm hoping that we can reschedule it for this weekend. This is something True Crime's picked up on. Check it out in the testimony of Patrick Clancy. Take a listen.
Hi, everyone. So I was reviewing day 1 of the trial, which is going to be continued on Wednesday with Lindsay Clancy and her husband on the stand. And this one part, I was giving the side eye to the husband earlier for remarrying so quickly and thought, what's he doing? But this part of the questioning by the prosecutor revealed that it appears that Lindsay was misleading her husband as to the treatment that she was actually getting, and that perhaps, it's appearing like she was just looking for attention and that she was purposefully instigating her husband, and lying to him, basically claiming that she was at McLean Hospital, where she was checked in for 3 days. It was on December 31st. She's checked in. So he's at home taking care of the kids on his own for a few days. And then when he checks in with her to see how it's going, what's going on, she tells him that, I haven't even seen a doctor yet. So yeah, I've been here for 3 days. I've just been playing with clay and drawing and going for walks. That's it. So he made, and you can imagine how that would have come across to him, who's at home with 3 children, taking care of them over the holiday weekend, while she's just, nothing's happening. Nobody's treating her, no doctor's seeing her. But it turns out then the prosecutor says to him, well, did she tell you, were you aware that she actually did see a doctor on the first day and a social worker and had group therapies and blah, 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 blah. So apparently she did get seen by a doctor, intending physician and others. So it looks like he was being lied to by Lindsay. So now it's really looking bad for Lindsay here as far as guilt. So I'm going to play this section here. It starts at the 3-hour 53-minute mark.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Or too soon at these 2 photos, those things?
Right, that may be admitted.
So just so you know, I'm keeping a close eye on the trial. We're just looking at this. This is True Crimes Podcast. This is her very insightful catch from yesterday that Lindsay Clancy was telling her husband, like, hey, I'm just, playing with clay, haven't seen a doctor yet, not getting any treatment, going for walks. It's sort of like a vacation. It's kind of like a retreat over here. She didn't say that part, but that's trying to sum up the message. Like, while you're with the kids and boggled down with all this stuff, I'm just, playing with clay like I'm a child myself, playing with clay, going for walks, living my best life, being pampered. It's like trying to rile up her husband.
They may be admitted.
And lying to him because she had been getting treatment. Treatment, whatever, seeing doctors for evaluation. She's like, I haven't gotten evaluated. I'm just, all these lies. The Lindsay Clancy fan club out there is insane. I know they're really not insane. They're really in their right mind. It's just innocence fraud campaigns are powerful. The defense has put out a pre-trial. They admired, this is Kevin Reddington, admired Karen Reed's pre-trial innocence fraud campaign. Wrote Aidan Carney that, as he was paid to represent Jennifer McCabe, who testified for the prosecution in that case, and was the subject of much harassment by Karen Reed and Aidan Carney.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware?
So it's the weekend. So residents, fellows, the young doctors, usually that's what that means, are going to take the weekend shift because established doctor cannot work 6-7 days a week. So she came in on a Saturday. She says, I'm just playing with clay. I haven't seen anyone yet. No evaluation for me. Untrue. So the Clancy murderer groupies will just blow off this lie.
Aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive?
So they just came back and they went to Sadba. My Boston accent is still not very good. It's still terrible. So just let's finish this up while we have a little bit of sidebar time. I will be watching this like a hawk, but this is the tail end of True Crime's very insightful catch here. That Lindsay Clancy lied about her treatment to her husband. He does seem posed. He lost some of his pose when describing his daughter's personality on Monday. Certainly you could see real grief and real emotion there. And the prosecution wisely elicited that testimony and that emotion from him.
Aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th.
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there
Yeah, so it looked really bad here. Lindsay rejected therapies and then requested to be released early to attend a birthday party and get ready for it. And she goes on, the prosecutor goes on to ask him, well, were there problems with the insurance? You know, thinking maybe she was getting kicked out because of insurance. And he said, no, I would have paid if insurance didn't cover it to keep her in there. But apparently she wasn't even trying to do any of the work and was requesting to leave early. And he was unaware. Obviously, she wasn't telling him everything. So, yeah, there you have it. She tells him, oh, I haven't seen a doctor in 3 days. Meanwhile, she had seen 2 doctors in the first 2 days. So it's looking pretty bad. It looks like Lindsay is not being honest and was not really seeking help. And many are speculating that she was just doing this for attention and she had no intentions of trying to help herself there.
And I'm going to go even further. I'm going to add something to what True Crimes Podcast is saying, is saying, which means to me that she's getting even with her husband, that there's some kind of animosity towards her husband. It's a very specific lie. Like, I'm walking, I'm playing with clay. I'm doing enjoyable things here. I haven't had any actual treatment in this loony bin.
And telling him that she's suicidal, and then she does what she did. So yeah, looking really bad for Lindsay here. That's all I gotta say. So it looks like at this point, after the first day, I'm thinking he's lucky he got out when he, it looks like he escaped a really, treacherous woman here.
Dangerous woman.
From the way that things were playing out.
All right. And so we're still... So that went to I'm still feeling that she may get away with this. Or get a very, very light sentence, at least.
So counsel, we're ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So what I want to do is just kind of go through first. I'm going to ask you those couple of questions, make sure that everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we're going to take a break at 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge, I can control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right. And so we've checked. It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with your comfortable shoes. But we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday, when we do the view, we'll come back. We usually generally do that in the morning. And then we'll come back and we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right. And then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right. So I'll try and keep you up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I want you to watch your steps. We can get in the jury.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next
All
exhibit.
right. Any objection? That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
You have the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah,
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah,
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
yeah,
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
yes,
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
that's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyx at CVS?
Yes,
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right, that may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27 and the timeline is 28, please. It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right, that may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
If we could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen. At 5:54:15 p.m. Is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Another sidebar. Oh, Chrissy has an interesting point here. She took meds that were not in his car. Many were changed dose. Yeah, because she was changing doctors like crazy and treatment plans and non-compulsive. I mean, she's a nurse. Let's not forget this woman's a nurse. But that's no, the 911 call isn't going to be played. I think it's a horror, publicly at least. Sounds horrible. Disturbing.
All right. It's subject to the court's order that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home front and back marked sequentially as exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you Exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 PM?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
I could have this photo marked as the next
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
So we're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
No.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
We have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you came around, whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window, and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard,
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing straight below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. I'm showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen? Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was?
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel, can I see you just briefly, sidebar?
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir. All right. Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023. First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt. And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Callan's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Can I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
black exercise band found with Cora. Grab this as the next exhibit, please.
That me.
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. And so, but as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts, in this case, based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case in my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded, it's not to be broadcast, and it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. The court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court in recess, please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Let me just pull myself back in here. I was having a little breakfast. Looks like Kevin Reddington. So did they go on break because the whole place was falling apart, or was it over? Let me just get to some thank yous. Julia, very kind of you. 10 memberships. I really appreciate it. These cannot be monetized, so I appreciate these are the live streams to support the show, definitely, for sure. 400 Jules from I Don't Tan. Thank you very much. 6 Jules from Allie 90211. Not to be confused with Allie 90210. Tam and Giz, excuse me, 6 Jules. Hey. And a makeup brush. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, guys. So I'm curious. So was it over and they cleared out, or were people too upset, or she was too upset and Kevin Reddington was like, oh, we got a break. And are they going to continue playing the tape when we come back? I'm glad I'm not hearing it because it sounds like a nightmare from the police description. And we saw this in the Corey Richins sentencing hearing where she put her hand behind her tissues. We never saw tears, but sort of pantomiming crying, which often psychopaths do. And the reason I bring up psychopaths is because 4 days before Lindsay Clancy murdered her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, she looked up on the internet, can you treat a sociopath? You're welcome, Tam. Pats to Gizzy. No, because I don't own it. You know what I mean? Law and Crime. I mean, I don't even think Law and Crime owns it, but I think they can monetize it because they've worked out an arrangement with the courts to show the feed. So Yeah. So why would she Google that in the middle of treatment for her postpartum that she couldn't get a diagnosis for postpartum at McLean, one of the best mental hospitals in the freaking country, if not the best? Has a stellar reputation. I don't know if that's true. Sometimes places with great reputations have downtimes, changes in staff, but boy, they did not feel that she met the criteria for postpartum depression. And she's on medication and off medication and not participating in her group, in the groups, the actual therapy. Hold on one second. Okay. All righty. I don't know what to say. Westwood called this earlier. So they did clear out because she was crying so much. Westwood called this like totally. Said they're going to have to clear the room because she's going to have a breakdown. Where is it? And so for those that missed it, we saw this. So we are seeing her from the side. So we're not seeing any tears. This is often the way they cry. So they don't have to produce tears. And we saw this, but not rhythmic or spastic. It was like, it was odd. I really thought it was feigned, but I knew Kevin Reddington was going to capitalize on it once it started. Can it be played on a later? No, I don't know. Is the 911 call out there? It sounds awful. I can read from the police reports are linked in the episode. They're 300 pages. I can read their description if you want. Do you want me to read the description of the 911 call? Maybe that would be a good thing to do. Hold on. Hot minute. So William F. Sullivan, I asked if he was a defense attorney, and he was indeed a defense attorney, a partner at Sullivan and Sweeney, which is now Sweeney and Associates in Quincy, Mass. Criminal defense attorney, this judge. And boy, do you feel it. I mean, he's like another wing of the defense. That's how I see it. All right, let me just go to my own thing so I can pull up the transcripts, it's the warrant application, and it goes into, it's like all the police documents in their investigation of this. So Duxbury officers heard an extremely loud yelling and entered the home, responding to the basement. In the basement, Duxbury police officers located Mr. Clancy and the family's 3 children, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and 8-month-old infant. So the 5-year-old's Cora, the 3-year-old is Dawson, and the 8-month-old is Callan. The 3 children who were publicly identified. So Cora Clancy was born on December 24th, 2017. Dawson Clancy was born September 30th, 2019. And Callan was born May 26, 2022. Were all located in different areas of the basement on the floor, not breathing and unresponsive. All 3 children were transported by EMS to Beth Israel Plymouth Hospital, where Cora Clancy and Dawson were both pronounced dead. Mr. Clancy was transported by EMS to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth. Okay, so there's a better description. Hold on. Okay, so on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 18 hours and 11 minutes, Duxbury Police Dispatch radioed all cruisers to respond to 47 Summer Street in the town of Duxbury for an attempted suicide where the wife, who was positively identified as Lindsay Clancy, date of birth August 11th, 1990, had cut her wrists and neck and jumped out the window from the second floor. Duxbury police responded to 47 Summer Street and located Mr. Clancy on the ground on the left side of the house. Located with Ms. Clancy was her husband and the 911 caller, Patrick Clancy, date of birth blocked out. As Duxbury police officers were assessing Mr. Clancy entered the home to check on his children. Duxbury Police Dispatch then radioed to officers that the husband, Mr. Clancy, was in the basement and something was wrong because his children would not wake up. Duxbury police officers then heard extremely loud yelling and entered the home, responding to the basement. So that's some description of maybe what you might have heard on the call. Hold on one second. Boy, I'm having some allergies today. Trooper Rabbit spoke with Dr. Michael Snyder. Dr. Michael Snyder attended court. Like, basically, they really tried to save these children's lives. So there's like lots of descriptions of their bodies, that they were in their pajamas and their pajamas were cut, off their bodies to try to save their lives. And these exercise bands were left on their necks. All of them, to make sure they were dead. I mean, that to me is just like, this woman is just the freaking, I think she's a stone cold psycho. That's where I'm going. He received a radio dispatch stating all cruisers responding to 47 Summer Street for a female that possibly attempted suicide or wanted to make it look like she was attempting suicide, with superficial cuts to her neck and wrists and sliding down the building. I'm really curious to hear about the sliding down the building. The defense is going to attack that. And had lacerations to her wrist and neck and jumped from a second floor window. Officer Josephine stated he arrived at the front of the house at the same time as Duxbury Officer Hall. Officer Josephine stated when he arrived, he noticed two vehicles in the driveway before he went to the right of the home, and Officer Hall went to the left to go to the rear of the home. Officer Josephine stated Officer Hall called him to the left of the house, and when he got there, he located Ms. Clancy on her back with blood in her mouth. Officer Josephine stated as he was going to the left side of the house, Mr. Clancy was on the left side of the home and walked past him and entered the home. Officer Clancy stated as he was assessing Ms. Clancy, Duxbury Police Dispatch radioed something about the home's basement. Officer Josephine was unsure of the transmission before he heard extremely loud screaming coming from the home. Officer Josephine stated he entered the home through the rear sliding door, which was already open. Josephine stated he entered it into the kitchen, then took a left. Okay, I'm just checking where we are if we're back from the break. Left to get to the staircase to the basement. Officer Josephine stated Mr. Clancy was still screaming. Officer Josephine stated he went down the basement stairs and turned right. Officer Josephine stated the basement was divided into a left side and right side. Officer Josephine stated Mr. Clancy came out of the far room and stated she killed the kids. Officer Josephine stated he entered the rear room and believed he observed the 2-year-old laying on his back, unresponsive, and was blue and purple in the face. The 2-year-old, do they mean, isn't it 5? Did I get the... Yeah, 3-year-old. Why do they have 2-year-old in this? Do they mean 3-year-old? Did he say the 2-year-old and that's why they had to write it down? Or is that just a mistake? It's so weird that they have these like mistakes in these police reports that they don't catch. Dawson Clancy had medical devices on his chest, leg, AED pads on his back, and tubes protruding from his mouth. Clancy's hands were bagged by Lieutenant Mello. Lieutenant Mello, does anyone remember that? Lieutenant Mello. And Trooper Faela. Dawson Clancy was digitally photographed by Trooper Faela. Dawson Clancy was later moved to the BID Plymouth morgue to be picked up by members of the OCM for post-mortem examination. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 20 hours and 5 minutes, I interviewed Duxbury police officer Brian Josephine at Duxbury police station. Officer Josephine said he works as a school resource officer during the day and was on an overtime shift from 1,600 hours to 2,000 hours. Officer Josephine stated at approximately 18 hours and 11 minutes, he received a radio dispatch stating all cruisers responded to 47 Summer Street for a female that possibly attempted suicide. See, they're like unsure. And had lacerations to her wrist and neck and jumped from a second floor window. Officer Josephine stated he arrived at the front of the house. Okay, we already read this. All right. Ms. Clancy was laying on her back. Okay, let's see. Let's get to this part. At the same, okay, he says, okay. I interviewed, this is the interview with Stephen Hall at the Duxbury Police Station. Officer Hall stated he was working his scheduled shift from 16 hours to 0000 hours. Officer Hall stated he received a radio transmission from Duxbury. Okay, possible attempted suicide. Officer Hall stated he arrived at 47 Summer Street at the same time as Officer Josephine. Officer Hall stated when he was approaching the house, he heard someone say, "Over here, over here." Officer Hall stated he ran to the left side of the house and saw Mr. Clancy standing by Ms. Clancy, who was laying on the ground. Officer Hall stated Ms. Clancy was laying on her back with her head towards the house and had lacerations to her wrist and neck. Officer Hall stated the lacerations were not currently bleeding. Can I say that again for those in the back? Officer Hall stated the lacerations were not currently bleeding. Officer Hall stated Miss Clancy was breathing but was semi-conscious. Officer Hall stated Mr. Clancy then ran into the house and then that's when he heard something about children not waking up. Officer Hall said that he heard a loud scream coming from the house. Officer Hall stated he entered the home through the rear door and entered the kitchen. He took his second left and proceeded down the basement stairs. He turned right and saw the husband coming out of the rear room stating, oh my God," and was breathing heavily. Officer Hall stated he went into the room and located what he believed was the oldest child. Officer Hall stated he ran up the stairs with Officer Josephine and transported the child to an arriving ambulance. Officer Hall stated in the basement to the left was couches. Officer Hall stated when he went back into the house and re-entered the basement. So Christina Rex was on the scene. She's a very defense-friendly reporter, as most of them are. And she says she remembers the police officers on the scene crying that day when she was reporting on it. How many of these police officers had to get therapy from this? Real therapy. Officer Hall stated all the children were blue in the face. Officer Hall stated the first child to the right of the basement had no shirt on, and their face and chest were blue. Officer Hall stated when he exited the floor, the last time he observed the window on the second floor on the rear left of the home, the window frame had blood on it when looking from the ground. I interviewed Duxbury police officer Vincent Cahill. Cahill stated he was working his scheduled shift. He went downstairs to the basement where he observed Mr. Clancy pacing back and forth. Cahill stated he went to the left side of the basement and observed the female child on the ground. Officer Cahill stated he observed blood on the children's hand and blood on her face and nose. Officer Cahill stated he realized the youngest child, the infant, was laying behind him on the ground unresponsive. Officer Cahill stated he observed indents and trauma to the infant's neck. Cahill stated there was a blue exercise resistance band on the ground next to the child. He's then assisted in performing life-saving measures. It's the way, okay. So they went to Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. The interview, and they interviewed Patrick Clancy. The interview was recorded, and the following is meant to be a summary of the interview and not to be taken as verbatim. Patrick Clancy stated that he had been married to his wife, Lindsay Clancy, for 6 years, and they have 3 children together. Patrick Clancy stated that at the end of September of 2022, Lindsay Clancy stated that she was beginning to get anxious prior to her return to work at Massachusetts General Hospital as a labor and delivery nurse. One more time, for those in the back. She was a labor and delivery nurse. Patrick strangely doesn't know how to end her life. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy, but she sure knows how to end her children's lives. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy went to a psychiatrist who he identified as Jennifer Tufts and was prescribed Zoloft. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy saw another psychiatrist who identified as Rebecca Jolalo. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy was also prescribed multiple other medications, including Valium, Trazodone, Ativan, Klonopin, Prozac, and Seroquel. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy would take as many as 4 medications a day. However, she would take them as prescribed. One more time for those in the back. She would take them as prescribed. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy called the restaurant 3V in Plymouth at approximately 1700 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, how do you even do that? Seven, I don't even know how you do these military time stuff. The same date for the takeout food, and Patrick Clancy went to pick up the food. Patrick Clancy stated that he also stopped at the CVS in Kingston near the Duxbury line and purchased laxative for his daughter, Cora Clancy, who is more intuitive than her father, appears. Patrick Clancy stated that he arrived back home at his residence. I believe that this constipation was directly related to how Lindsay Clancy was acting. That's my theory of the case so far, but let's listen to the testimony. Maybe I'm wrong. Patrick Clancy stated that he went upstairs to his bedroom and his bedroom door was locked. Hold on, let me just check in. So I'm really listening for sound, but Patrick Clancy stated he went upstairs to his bedroom and his bedroom door was locked. Patrick Clancy stated that after he got into his bedroom, he saw blood and the window open, so he then ran downstairs and outside and located Lindsay Clancy on the ground. Patrick Clancy stated that when he located Lindsay Clancy on the ground outside, it appears that she had slit her wrists and possibly her neck. Patrick Clancy stated that he had then called 911. Patrick Clancy stated that the police then arrived around the residence. He stated he went to the basement where he located Cora Clancy and Colin Clancy in the main living room, and Dawson Clancy in his office. Patrick Clancy stated that all three had workout bands tied around their necks. Patrick Clancy stated that he was home all day, with the exception of when he left the residence to go to 3B and CVS. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy stated that she had been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting the children. She clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling this way at the end of December. Let's read that again. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy stated that she had been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting the children. He clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling this way at the end of December. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy had reached out to her psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy had self-admitted herself to McLean Hospital. That's not enough for Jennifer Tufts to admit her. I'm going to kill my children. From January to January 5th. So at the end of December, a month prior, she had told them that she had thoughts of hurting the children. And he left her alone with the children? Wouldn't that be enough to just keep your wife away from the children, being alone with the children for a long time until whatever she was going through was healed? I mean, he has this civil lawsuit against her caretakers, but I mean, for the defendants are going to bring up stuff like this. Like, what did you do? Why did you leave her alone? I would think on this, in depositions and on the stand, I would think that they would really hammer that home. Patrick Clancy stated that he and Lindsay had an amazing marriage and got along great. He further stated that they tell each other they love each other 10 times a day. He further stated that they tell each other that they love each other 10 times a day. At the end of the interview, Mr. Clancy consented to have his face, clothing, and hands digitally photographed. Trooper Echo was able to review Apple Maps and calculate the travel times for Mr. Clancy's travel. Wow, very much like Lindsay Clancy. Trooper Chioko stated it takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from 47 Summer Street to CVS. He stated it takes approximately 8 minutes to travel from CVS to 3B. Trooper Chioko stated it takes approximately 9 minutes to travel from 3B to 47 Summer Street. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 2100 hours and 9 minutes, Duxbury Police Lieutenant Louis Chubb and Trooper Andrew. I need help with this pronunciation. Chiasho? I'm sure I'm messing it up. I'm the worst with these name pronunciations. Okay. Visited the 3B. Let's just call him Trooper C, okay, for now. I know and we'll call Lieutenant Chubb. So Trooper C visited the 3B, located at 10 Cordage Park Circle. Are we back yet? Hold on 1 second. So are they taking like the mid-morning break now instead of 11? Or are we going to take another break? Are we going to come back and take another break at 11? I hope not. Lieutenant Chubb and Trooper C spoke with Michael Viscarello, who is the manager of 3B. Mr. Viscarello provided us with access to the surveillance video system. We confirmed that the time and date on the video was accurate. The video shows Patrick Clancy enter 3B through the front door at 1754, 14 hours. Patrick Clancy glances at the takeout table, then waits in line behind a couple for a brief moment. While he waits, he looks at his cellular telephone. After the couple leaves, he approaches the hostess desk to pick up the order. He pays for his order at 17:55:01. Mr. Viscarello informed us that the hostess, Soraya Sweeney, phone number blanked out, Patrick Clancy paid with an American Express card. Mr. Viscarello printed a copy of the receipt for us. The receipt showed the order for 2 items was placed at 1700 hours and 10 minutes. Mr. Viscarello was able to show us the video, but he stated he would need to contact, so it's like 5:10. It's when she placed the order. And the children were already in their pajamas at 5:10. Mr. Viscarello was able to show us the video, or I assume they were. I don't know. You know, they were found in their pajamas. Mr. Viscarello was able to show us the video, but stated he would need to contact an outside vendor to obtain a copy of the video. Mr. Viscarello said he would have the video emailed to Trooper Chiatsko, Trooper C. Okay, on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 21:40 hours, Sergeant Mark Faroli and Trooper C visited the CVS pharmacy. So they're just like gathering evidence. They showed the video, which we just saw. Okay, so there's that. This is all like this is all like just these blanket affidavits that they swear to. Are they back yet? I guess they're not coming back till 11, right? Findings and order, and here's like the search warrant, digital photographs taken by Trooper Matt Foley with a van down by the river. Shout out to all the Chris Farley fans. Okay, of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Services section. External swabs from the right hand fingernails and left hand fingernails from Massachusetts State Police chemist Maureen Hartnett. Nursing progress notes for the summary of inquiries of Lindsay Clancy. So this is, again, so these are like every police officer's report and signed affidavit on Tuesday, January 20. I mean, it's very similar. Mr. Clancy was transported by EMS. Ms. Clancy was transported by EMS to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth. And Colin Clancy was med-flighted to Children's Hospital in Boston. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 19:29 hours, Trooper Rabbit arrived at the emergency department of Beth Israel, Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. Trooper Rabbit was met by Duxbury Police Department Officer Joseph Polini. Cora Clancy was located in exam room 3. And Dawson was located in trauma 1. Callan Clancy was located in trauma 2. However, he's med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital shortly after Trooper Rabbit's arrival. Trooper Rabbit spoke with emergency department Dr. Mark Tenoritz. Tenoritz stated that he tended to Dawson Clancy upon his arrival at the emergency department, and upon arrival, Dawson Clancy was in cardiac arrest. Right. So Cora had gray and orange pajamas partially on her body, which had been cut off. So are those hospital pajamas or are those the pajamas she was found in? Because if they were cut off, that makes me think those were the pajamas she was found in, right? Am I going off the wrong direction with these pajamas? Joshua McClagan, you received a radio dispatch for a female that possibly attempted suicide and had lacerations to her wrists. When he arrived, he noticed two vehicles in the driveway before he went right to the home, and Officer Hall went to the left, trying to go to the rear of the home. Officer Josephine stated Officer Hall called him to the left of the home, and when he got there, he located Ms. Clancy on her back with blood in her mouth. Officer Josephine stated as he was going to the left of the home, Mr. Clancy was on the left side of the home and walked past him and entered the home. Okay, a lot of repetition here. Let me see if I can. Okay, so here, Mr. Clancy stated that Pat mentioned Lindsay was suffering from withdrawals from benzodiazepines approximately a month and a half ago. Was she on the drugs long enough to have withdrawals? And that is when he began to open up to both Mr. Carney and his wife, Sarah Carney. Pat told Mr. Carney that he was really, Mr. Carney stated that Pat mentioned, okay, who is this Mr. Carney? Let me go back here. Besides Patrick Carney, I mean, who is, so this is Patrick Clancy, and this is Lindsay Carney's father. So I'm just trying to skip past all the stuff that we've already read, or versions of things that we've already read. I'm sure there's minute differences. Mr. Carney stated that Pat Clancy, on Tuesday, while at Duxbury, police officer Trooper Corey Mello conducted a recorded interview of Kyle Carney. Mr. Carney stated that Pat Clancy in college, he met Patrick Clancy in college. And they had been friends for approximately 10 years. So this is a recorded interview of Kyle Carney. He states that they speak just about every day, and he actually spoke with Pat earlier this month in a group text. Mr. Carney stated that the group text was with other friends and primarily discussed work. Mr. Carney stated that Pat Clancy currently works for Microsoft while he works in the financial sector. Mr. Carney stated that when he spoke to Pat earlier in the day, he seemed to be his normal self. Mr. Carney stated that on Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, Pat Clancy, along with Lindsay and two other older children, had visited their house for dinner. While there, Lindsay seemed fairly normal, mostly quiet, while on her phone and keeping to herself. He was actually surprised she was there due to Pat's statements about her health, and he didn't know she was coming that night. He stated that overall, everything seemed perfectly normal. And this was the first time they had seen Lindsay in a couple months. When asked why they had not seen Lindsay, for such an extended period of time, Mr. Carney stated that Lindsay was having medical issues. How's everybody? This is a lot of reading. Check in with the chat. How's everybody doing? Thanks, Linda, for the 30 jewels. Appreciate it. So what are we waiting for exactly? We're just waiting for them to come back. Okay, wait, someone's... In gymnastic terms, what she did was a flomp from the window. A flomp is designed for a soft fall for soft ground, right? She didn't... This is something that was really misunderstood in Karen Reed's trial, how hard the ground is. It's like concrete when it freezes. It's really hard. People don't anticipate that. How hard that ground is when it freezes. All right, I need a break from this reading, all this reading stuff. Are you? But let me see if I can do just a little bit more before. When asked why they had not seen Lindsay for such a long, extended period of time, okay, he stated that overall everything seemed perfectly normal, and this is the first time they'd seen Lindsay in a couple of months. When asked why they had not seen Lindsay for such an extended period of time, is a couple months an extended period of time? I don't know. Mr. Carney stated that Lindsay was having medical issues. Trooper Mello, I think I'm confusing him with Ken Mello, Trooper Mello. Trooper Mello then asked him to expand on these medical issues, and he stated that Pat told him that Lindsay was about to go back to work and was having anxiety. She was prescribed medications. So anxiety does not make you kill. She was prescribed medications, which were, in Pat's opinion, I'm not sure Pat's opinion not working. Pat went on to tell him that Lindsay was prescribed more medication and thought she was now addicted. She thought she was now addicted to benzodiazepines. Pat also told Mr. Carney that Lindsay was having issues. Addicted, not dependent, addicted. So that may be the cops' words and not dependent. Dependent is, so dependent means like if you stop taking them, you withdraw. But addiction has to do with you keep using despite bad consequences. Pat also told Mr. Carney that Lindsay was having issues with her medication and she was mostly anxious and not depressed. Pat felt as if Lindsay was not overly anxious and the anxiety level was normal and not severe. So he's really not taking her seriously and doesn't feel like these issues were really severe, and he must have felt really, she must have known when she said, I'm just making things with play and taking a walk, that would, anger him. Listen to the way Law and Crime does the little feed here on the bottom. It's all the defense talking points. Jurors are expected to hear testimony from medical experts, investigators, and family members as they determine whether Clancy is criminally responsible for her children's deaths. Not deaths, murder. It's deaths. Massachusetts mom Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 young children inside the infant. I mean, like, I guess they're a little older than infant, but very young children inside the family's home on January 2023 before attempting to take her own life, or making it appear to look like she was attempting to take her own life. Cora, Dawson, Callan, 8 months, were found with exercise bands around their necks, tied around their necks. Prosecutors contend Clancy intentionally strangled the children, while her defense argues she was suffering from severe postpartum depression and psychosis that left her unable to understand her actions. I can't believe people are buying this nonsense, but okay. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe there'll be some amazing testimony that'll change my mind. I'm keeping an open mind, but she gives me the creeps. All right. I'm going to just, I'll read more of this maybe a little bit later. Oh, do you want more information? Do you want more, Tater? Do you want more reading? Should I read more? Maybe it would be a little less pressure to read it off camera. Okay, Mr. Carney stated that Pat mentioned Lindsay was suffering from withdrawals from the benzodiazepines approximately a month and a half ago. That is when he began to open up to both Mr. Carney and his wife, Sarah Carney. Pat told Mr. Carney that he was really concerned about the withdrawals and said Lindsay had the worst side effects possible. Lindsay was also prescribed more medication for sleeping. When asked if Lindsay had any close friends in the area, Mr. Carney stated besides local mother groups, she did not have many friends. Due to this, Mr. Carney informed me that he, along with his wife, were going to start to engage one-on-one with Lindsay in the near future. Pat also stated to Mr. Carney that Lindsay's family had been in Duxbury this past weekend to support her. Mr. Carney stated that he, along with his wife, went to college with Pat, and they send their children to the same daycare. It was during one of those daycare drop-offs that Pat looked as though he was having a rough morning, and he opened up to Mrs. Carney. Pat had communicated via text message with Mrs. Carney on January 5th, 2023, in regard to Lindsay and the treatment medication she was receiving. Mr. Carney stated that Pat felt as if he needed to get more involved with her treatment due to the fact that Lindsay was going by herself to a psychiatrist for a while, and he felt that she was prescribed too many medications. So he already had this bias, too many medications. It's the medications, this fixation on the medications, and not suspicious at all of his wife's character makeup. Okay, Mr. Carney stated that Pat never voiced concerns of Lindsay hurting herself. Although she did, but the interview was terminated at this time. Strange, he's talking about the medications, but he's not saying, my wife said that she's worried she's going to kill the kids in December. Okay, conclusion. Okay. These are all just all the cops' affidavits. There's 300 pages of this stuff, or 299 pages. And search warrant documents, and all linked in the description of this episode for those that want to read it. And this is this Trooper C, that's so hard to pronounce his name. Imagine showing up for a call and thinking you're showing up for like a lame, like a sort of cry for help, suicide attempt, and then only to find 3 young children murdered like this. What a nightmare. Okay. It's a lot of repetition, of information. And I hope I'm not missing things that, like little details that might be important. Officer Hall called him to the left of the house when he got there. He located Ms. Clancy on her back with blood on her mouth. We've read all this. Okay. A lot of repetition. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 20:40 hours, Lieutenant John Santos and Trooper Joseph Rabbit conducted an interview with Patrick Clancy in the family room of Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital. Patrick Clancy was identified as the spouse of Lindsay Clancy. He said he'd been married to his wife, Lindsay Clancy, for 6 years, and they have 3 children together. Patrick stated that at the end of September of 2022, Lindsay Clancy stated she was beginning to get anxious prior to her return at Massachusetts General Hospital as a labor and delivery nurse. Patrick stated that Lindsay Clancy went to a psychiatrist. who he identified as Jennifer Tufts and was prescribed Zoloft. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy also saw another psychiatrist who he identified as Rebecca Jolata. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy was also prescribed multiple other medications, including Valium, Trazodone, Ativan, Klonopin, Prozac, and Seroquel. So did she go on and off all these medications because she knew her husband would react to this, being the healthy long-distance runner that he was, that he wasn't into taking medications, and he would balk at the amount of medications that she was taking or not taking or had been given. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy would take as many as 4 medications, as many. So at the max, she was taking 4 medications a day and would take them as prescribed. Okay, this is all about the restaurant. He purchased a laxative. He went upstairs to the bedroom, and the bedroom door was locked. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy stated she had been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting the children. He clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling this way at the end of December. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy had reached out to her psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy had self-admitted herself to McLean Hospital. Clancy had an amazing marriage, quote unquote, and quote, got along great, meaning he got along great, quote unquote, with his wife. He further stated that they tell each other they love each other 10 times a day. So a lot of repetition. At the end of the interview, Mr. Clancy consented to have his face and his, we all know all that. This is all. This police officer double-checked the distances. Very short distances, 8 minutes, blah, blah, blah minutes. This minutes, it's like 25 minutes altogether she had to do this. So here are the medications. Below are for amitriptyline. (10 milligrams). Take 1 for sleep. Diazepam, 5 milligrams. So that's a benzodiazepine. Take 2 tabs daily. So there are 22 pills left of the amitriptyline. And that was filled on 1/16/2023. Diazepam, it was filled January 9th. So this crime was done January 23rd. 14 yellow round shaped tablets imprinted with Tiva on the front and 396 on the back. Take 2 tablets daily, 3 days at 1.5 tabs daily, 3 days at 1 tab daily, 3 days at a half tab. So they gave her a tiny little bit of diazepam and were, weaning her down off of it. And she still had 2.5 pills. So they just gave her 14 pills. Then there's diazepam, 2 milligrams, so same drug. So that was the 5 milligram diazepam. 2 milligram was filled afterwards for 1/16, and there were 3 tablets in that bottle. Directions: take half a tablet daily for sleep. Hardly like huge doses. Trazodone, 150 milligrams, 1/13/2023. 30 white oval shaped tablets imprinted with Pilva, 441 on the front and 50/50 on the back. Take 1 tablet by mouth every day at bedtime. And there are 20 pills left. Based on the foregoing reliable information, my personal knowledge and belief, as well as the opinion of other investigators assisting in this investigation, I believe there's probable cause to seize these things as evidence. Oh, this one has like a handwritten note on it. 131, 2023 by J. Smith. This motion is allowed. Oh, I guess that's the judge. So the Commonwealth put in a motion and it was allowed to that the below name of judge of the district court impound the following affidavits. So they impounded some affidavits. Okay. Excuse me. Are we still not back? What is going on? This reminds me of Larry Ray when I was in trial with Larry Ray. Hold on. Let me just so Larry Ray was one of the federal trials I attended every day of that trial. Most amazing trial I've ever attended for sure. And he would have these he had 3 different medical episodes that shut down trial for the day. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen with this. Like everyone's going to just be too upset and we're not going to, gosh, I have a lot of shorts here. Just looking at some of the shorts on my channel. All right, hold on one second. I think it's one of the first shorts I ever put up. Yeah, here we go. This is what Larry Ray being pulled. The last one was the worst one where he's pulled out of court with this fake illness. Oh, what the heck? Hold on one second. Hold on, I don't know what I just did. Let me just locate it exactly. He'd be like pulled out. And this was the last most serious one. So he always had these episodes on a break, never during when trial was going. And there's like this weird woman from the defense there, and she was trying to block the shot.
She's doing it on purpose.
It's his privacy. She wanted to protect this accused and now convicted sex trafficker. Beat up, strangled these Sarah Lawrence kids where I graduated college from, where I got my BA. He moved into his daughter's dorm room and then his daughter's friend's dorm room on campus and lived there for 6 months and started a cult, abusing the kids, trafficking the kids.
Those guys?
So
I know, but it's she's doing it on purpose.
So we came back into the court and they were like, you can't get your coat. So we ran downstairs to get you have to check your phone in federal trials. Whoop. And then we waited for him to come out on a stretcher because the paramedics were there. But that was the 3rd medical episode. Then the next day, court was dark. The judge had a meeting with the defense and the government. And I believe he said, I wasn't there. It was an in-camera meeting. There's no record of it. Like, you have another one of these episodes and you're not attending your own trial. That's what I think he said. It never happened again. That's all I can say. But that's what this reminds me of, this sort of like, these defendants do this to regain control over the courtroom. It's all about power and control with these psychopaths. They're all the same defendant with minor variations. That's all I can say. But I'm going to have to step away in a few, and I'll just be watching. I have something important in my real life to do. I will be listening, playing this. Hopefully she'll return. That's all I can say.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counsel, can I see it sidebar, please? All right, we're going to take about a 5-minute break, then we'll come back out and I'll address the scheduling with council. All right, so about a 5-minute recess.
Court, all rise.
Next session, you may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counsel, is the Commonwealth ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, can I see it sidebar? All right. Commonwealth, if you'd call your next witness, please. Oh, geez. Wait a minute, it says, after we bring the jury in, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the juries, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, if you would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
Good morning. Stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that I am now standing between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Why don't you step right here, please? And just have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's Angela Krause.
And your date of birth, please.
5/1977.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston.
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS.
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
Okay. And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
Closing out the registers.
Okay. And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Marillax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Marillacs?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
Okay. And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes, she
And what-
said it was for children's.
Okay. And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and that was 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And did her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage, up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. Would that be Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness, thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. May sit down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
That doesn't make a difference to me.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the county trial, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
Wait,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Your
Therese
Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last
Sweeney, Sweeney.
And now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
Currently have 2 jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V Restaurant?
Since 2019.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V Restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
And when would your shift end?
Typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant, front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
it was a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the Power Bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean Power Bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah,
of the
it's
video.
that black stand that has a wooden frame around the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner?
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. You see the individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
What's your stuff?
All right, and counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks, scheduling. All right. Well, members of the jury, remember I said today was going to be full of a couple of starts and stops. This is going to be one of those stops. All right. So we're going to do, I'm going to excuse you till 2 o'clock. All right. And then we're going to come back and we're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebooks, placing on your chairs, please. Call them out.
It's cold.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. We're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. I want to remind everyone of the media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. Let me see if I can put myself down in the corner here. And we can wait. We're supposed to be coming back from lunch, I guess. We only have like an hour and a half left of testimony today. What a nothing burger. So when we left off, we were the CVS checkout lady. Was testifying. That seems to be the way that was going. How is everybody? Oh, we get some movement here, some sound.
Your Honor, members of the record, we return back to the matter of Caldwell versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant. The jury is not present at this time.
All right. And counsel, could I just see you in regards to the scheduling this afternoon?
Oh, for sure, Megan. He's going to make this trial drag on forever. So today, if you weren't watching this morning, the 911 call was played. It was not broadcast, but it was played in court. Sounds horrifying. So Patrick Clancy made a 911 call for his wife, because she made it look like she was trying to end her life. She didn't anticipate, this is my view, and this is the view of the prosecution, the hard ground, January ground, Massachusetts. And we're going to hear testimony elicited from the prosecution about how she braced her fall. I'm very interested in hearing that testimony. That's, I think, some of the most important testimony of the trial that I've heard about so far. I really thought Patrick Clancy's testimony was going to be much more explosive. I assume he's coming back. And just because of scheduling issues, we're seeing the CBS employee. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. But these are the kind of witnesses that really are just proving to the jury the chain of events. Right. How can she look at her baby's faces for not several minutes, 5 to 7 minutes it takes to strangle someone? And they were fighting her. They had bruises on them. I didn't read that part out this morning, but it's in the police notes. If you want to, they're all 299 pages are linked in the description of this episode. And they had to stop court for her fake crying. My view. Another channel would call it something else. Hysteria, something else. I say it's acting.
Mr. Clancy, you do appreciate you're still on your own. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. All right.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Afternoon, Mr. Clancy. You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something,
Yeah.
had double major.
Yeah.
Was a very good student.
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about, you know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy then. That she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
she would, yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize, if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting.
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Wait, he doesn't recognize his wife's handwriting? That's odd. My feeling is she's going to get a very light sentence. I don't know. That's where it's going. The prosecution's theory is that Lindsay Clancy wanted to end it all, commit suicide, and wanted to take her children with her because she was such a control freak that she didn't want anyone else raising her children. If that were true, she's a nurse. She knows what it takes to kill someone. But she certainly did I'm being sarcastic, a great job with her children. Obviously, it's not great. It's horrifying. But I'm trying to make a point.
Can you see that, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one? What's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar.
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
Yeah, were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, you can identify for us. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
If I may put Exhibit 58 up so the jurors and his honor can see it. There's some kind of like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah,
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, cut off of this.
The objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right, and it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah,
And what are those, decals?
yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
Who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah,
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Dawson. Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Please do it.
60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, you know, listeners will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
If I push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
The end of September 21.
Um,
Callan.
no, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard, okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell me, Therese, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop.
Laptop?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach sidebar.
sure, yeah.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That may be admitted.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dawson in the mask, right? And then, okay, so
Yep.
now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Is that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
didn't see it.
Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right-hand corner top, what date was that picture taken and sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
All right.
It's
Well-
the jury's memory, but.
Yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that.
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude, and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
What author these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. You want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody could keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yep. Yes.
76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time? At the very top, you sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
What author this was? Sorry,
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There are no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being
Yeah.
born healthy? And
Yeah, we felt very lucky.
and then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist,
Yeah.
and where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22. Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist,
He's a what artist?
like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. You recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records.
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. You see here? So, here, we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia, and you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA, so it's.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Just,
Right.
wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
All right, if I could see counsel.
So while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically, that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding, is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night, and she basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I'm going to ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, "Good moms have scary thoughts."
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, no?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on. Counsel, come up. If you could, Mr. Reddick, if you could show
not.
what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, don't let the foundation use this.
Okay.
All right. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If
No,
I
I'm
could just
lost.
look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Well,
not.
why don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
book, well, copy of the book.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah, correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances, yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital?
In L&D, yeah.
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a...
No, I never met
I should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like, what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelada.
Rebecca Gelada. Okay. And that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now, Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when you guys, she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot, if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
Now, benzodiazepines, they're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well, is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly, and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
By Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object, we don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she
Yeah.
went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection? Yes. All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Okay. Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to Wachusett, so they stayed home with Cora and Callan.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately, though.
Yeah, of course, it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for
They did, yeah.
time? Were you aware personally, let me back up, you and Lindsay as husband and wife would in effect sleep in the same bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs.
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in
I
that?
don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go, but I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Let's call her.
I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her bill of health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends, like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
my brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this. Handwriting.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping?
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
But let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she was telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe. You remember? You saw this one.
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that, and this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book, no.
Can I
Yeah.
mark it as ID?
Sure.
Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Cut off in this manner?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yeah, understand. Now, sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. Is it your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items, such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these are
Right.
copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing? Oops.
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, ASTA mental health records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this, because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we were planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good,
not a problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that, and then before, we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
John, can I see the exhibit for the... One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay, by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It was what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remembered it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told them I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized them, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, or there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that I see, Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So, what is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer Rob.
I could just see,
Yeah.
I think you.
And I think there's a watch on the side there. Oh.
No objection.
Okay. Do you want to, put that in as one exhibit? Sure. Okay.
Now, in reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
They And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23. The police never seized them, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah, can I see Council sidebar, please?
To your knowledge, sir, was she advised by nurse practitioner Tunks to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
You ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
I'm going to show you this document. Item asked, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date, or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages just to make sure that you all understand, right?
Yeah.
You want to write it out for this?
Call.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it from the state police, so let's assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
I'm going to show you another document, sir. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document, the dates, September 29, for example, 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So, for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay, that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
For this, Your Honor, I don't think there's
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about, that's 20 feet up, would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, I can't see it. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. And it appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just that continuity.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor, you see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Redden.
Yeah. Okay, I'm talking about the hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here, it's not a very good picture. Underneath the hornet thing, you can see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah. I
That's
see
the
it.
first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay. I'd offer these, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
I'm all set, thank you, sir.
Commonwealth, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking you what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah, it was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as an specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah,
And because you trusted her to do so?
yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
Okay. How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading the Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that that it was a locked ward, she had to stay there, is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the, when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided. We see, I'm sorry, here we go. So we see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom.
Yep.
Trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for Trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, Trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tunks, correct?
Right.
And Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on, those were gone, correct? Once she had been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on, only prescribed Trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking Trazodone before McLean.
Right, so she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking Trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
Okay. And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on, so it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that, and so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, yeah, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84, this was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule, is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine, is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter, or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m., give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. So these are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled. Broccoli, small pieces. Peppers, 1-inch pieces. Plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, ate at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it, yeah.
I have nothing further, thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two, yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyway, so.
And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that were provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Okay. I think we're done for the day. Just another sidebar, or are they going to let it go a little longer because we missed so much time today? I don't know. What does everyone think? Let me throw myself in here. Hold on one second. Whoop. Why is this so close? Okay, here we go. There I am. Kat brought up a great point and something I picked up on. This issue with this nanny is a real sticking point, I think, between Patrick and Lindsay Clancy. So Kat writes she wasn't going back to work. So no to the nanny, which is weird to me because if she's doing...
So we're going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. The hope is we'll start about 9. And kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2, and we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right? So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it, don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule when we come in tomorrow. But that's, as best I can tell you, that's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all right. Good. Close the notebooks, please, Madam Chair, please.
All right. And so we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So True Crimes Podcast says which one? They went through so many, which I didn't know. Did they go through so many? Throw or slide? What do you mean? Throw or slide? Throw or slide herself off when she... That's the real key evidence in this case, how she tried to kill herself. Did she throw herself out the window or did she slide? The defense is going to say she threw herself head first. The prosecution is going to say she slid. I think we're going to be, I don't know. This is just, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. She's such a pretty defendant and she's paralyzed. Like, let her go, right? She's allowed to kill her strangle her 3 kids. That's full permission. Just all you have to say is you're hearing voices, full permission. Get out of prison free. You were going, oh, throw myself back on the screen. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Patty. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so Kat in this issue of the nanny is something I picked up on with this nanny. Nanny doesn't know how to hit a bottle. So many nannies. Okay, here it is again. She wasn't going back to work, so no nanny, which is weird to me because if she's doing so horribly, wouldn't you just keep the nanny regardless if she was going back to work? Exactly. And he says, well, she wasn't doing anything, just taking care of 3 kids. Like she was just home, just taking care of 3 kids. And sometimes they were at school. I'm so glad you're in the chat, True Crimes Podcast. I played your video this morning. It was excellent. Yeah, it's a fun chat. I'm enjoying the chat. Thank you to she had to leave, but Taterbug for moderating. I appreciate it. And thank you, Kat, for taking over moderating. And, I just have I think I have the smartest, one of the smartest audiences in true crime, if not the smartest. I know, I learn a lot from you guys. So this is going to be, I think, I don't know. To me, it all seems like the perfect storm for her to get a very, very light sentence, if not, full acquittal. The press is fully behind her. She injured herself, so she looks a little bit like a victim coming in a wheelchair. paralyzed herself. I don't see how she can, how the prosecution has this ridiculous theory. I mean, this is like absurd. So the prosecution's theory is that she was so organized, she was so type A, that she wanted to end suicidal, that she, as a nurse, just didn't know what to do to kill herself, only could give herself superficial wounds that weren't even bleeding when they found her. Yeah, I'll see you, Dixie. I thought it was a good day for the prosecution, but they need massive, killer, like, big wins every day. They are up against it. This is Massachusetts. It's already been propagandized and being reminded, has a zillion instructions for jurors that favor the defense. And of course, I don't want people to just come to verdicts with their emotions, but they're picked. You're picked as a juror, so you won't do that. I mean, they have more defense-friendly instructions in Massachusetts than I've ever seen before. Oh, it is now to move to the waist? Huh. Well, they're saying, it's hard to know what's true. She would know how to fake paralysis. Seriously. And what are your guys' theories? Please put it in the comments. I'm curious to hear what you guys think. And if you think should get a lesser sentence, or you believe that she was ill, tell me when she became so ill that she had to listen to these voices in her head and she couldn't say no to these voices. I mean, this is a very organized defendant, methodical defendant. And I think the defense is using everything they have. She's a nurse. She was well liked at her job. She did it, or I don't know how well liked she was, but that's the we haven't heard any testimony, but that's the picture they're trying to paint. So she's not the type to do this. Who is the type to murder their children? She wouldn't be capable of doing this in her right mind. I'm not sure. She's looking up, can you treat a sociopath 4 days before this? She knows that there's something terribly wrong with her empathy. And there seems to be something terribly wrong with her ex-husband as well, as far as empathy and connection to real feeling for other people. Because he got maybe a little choked up when he described his daughter. I'm not saying he has to, but I would be a wreck. 3 children? I mean, I guess if you're supporting Lindsay Clancy, you'd say, well, you're just coming down on him hard because he healed so well with his long distance running and his new fertility doctor wife. I don't know. There's just something odd. Never seen a defendant like this. I don't believe I've ever seen a victim's family member, and this is the father of 3 victims, support the killer so enthusiastically. And I know he has a civil suit, but is he that money oriented that he has to win his civil suit, even if it means supporting his children's killer? I don't get it. He's trying to get through it. Nothing odd, Georgie? I find him odd. I find the fact that he's supporting her really odd. Is it just the shame of being married to her? He doesn't seem to connect. I don't know. It just seems like he seems to be very angry about this. Like she was just like at McLean's playing with clay, and she seemed to know that. I haven't seen anyone. This is the video. This is really True Crimes Podcast catch. But she lied. Lindsay Clancy lied to him and said, I hadn't seen anyone. I haven't been evaluated yet. It's the weekend. So she came to McLean's, the mental hospital, on a Saturday. So she was seen by a resident and all these different sort of lower level people, because you're not in prime time, right? Prime time, the big wigs aren't there on the weekend. It's like she was just playing with clay. It seemed to really bother him. Not much to wrap up today, except for the fact that she broke down during the 911 call that we didn't hear. She broke down, meaning I thought it was acting. We saw no tears because she put her hands over her face and shook her shoulders in this weird rhythmic way. It was odd. It didn't look like crying to me, but I'm skeptical and biased by my own skeevy feelings over her. I think she's a liar. I think she's a stone cold psycho. These are the vibes I'm getting. I think she's one of the scariest defendants I've seen in a long time. I don't understand why people aren't picking up on it. She's very pretty, and I'm sure she was a very good nurse. She kept copious notes. But what she's trying to argue is, I just want people to go away before I'm just wrapping this up with the concept of disorganized mind, disorganized thinking, disorganized speech, pressured speech. So if they're saying bipolar, these are all kind of like mismatched. I have people like nurses coming into my comment saying, I'm sorry that you don't really understand a psychotic break. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. As I mentioned before, I've had to institutionalize a person, not me, who had a psychotic break, and it was a nightmare. Traumatic experience, a real traumatic experience. But it's very clear when it starts or around where it starts. And they don't just snap out of it. They get more lucid and with it as they, recover. That's my experience with it. So I do have a lot of experience. I mean, I do have some personal experience with it. So I've seen none of that in this case. Any kind of psychosis. Boy, is it obvious when you see it. They're in a different reality. They're not in this reality. So if you were in a different reality, let's just let's take off the stigma of crazy or insane or, let's just say you're in a different reality. It's not going to relate to this reality, right? The things you're going to be concerned with if you're living in a different reality, if you're not fully in this, they're saying that she's her defenders are going through crazy lengths. Like she's straddling two realities and she can snap back into one and appear perfectly normal and rational. When she was asked where the children were, she said in the basement, but she didn't say I killed them. Very interesting. And when the police came, the first thing she asked them was, do I need a lawyer? Oh, all very key to making a case to support herself. She's not going to incriminate herself and said, I did it. I killed them. They're in the basement. She didn't know what she did was wrong. Why not? Do I need an attorney? Consciousness of guilt. These are concepts I'd like us to think about. Consciousness of guilt, pressured speech, disorganized thinking, disorganized communication. This is the most organized, methodical. She wants to plan her husband's trip down to the minute. I really hope the prosecution brings it home. But I hope they never bring up that Meshuggah theory again. I mean, that is absurd. That she wanted to end it all, but she just couldn't. She just couldn't, guys. She just couldn't do it somehow. She seems to be a woman who can achieve her goals. Let's just put it that way, right? All right. Have a great, I'm exhausted. And speaking of, someone said this morning in the chat, like, this is such a disturbing case. Be sure you take a break. I'm going to take a break. I traveled yesterday. I came back exhausted. And I was expecting to do a live interview from Australia. So I was up in the middle of the night getting ready for that. And then that canceled. So I'm just really overtired. So I'm going to skip the wrap up tonight. I don't think there's all that much to wrap up. If there's salient points made, I will put them in the next wrap up. All right. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks so much for listening. Please support the channel. Venmo, Buy Me a Coffee, Patreon, all great ways to support the channel. Links are in this episode's description and every episode description. Have a great night, everybody. See you tomorrow at 9.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard task warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy. Exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.